Evil blanket fish has awoken.
Okay. Making sure everything's coming in. So, we are going to be continuing with Bravely Second. We left off yesterday. We had just done the first side quest, and we chose to get the Red Mage job instead of the Thief. And now we are at story mission where we're helping Yu's old classmate with her research. Helping her with her ballology.
So, this is where the ball is sleeping?
Yes, if my theory is correct. We believe this grooved structure was created by the ball's impact with the ground. How curious. For the longest time it was covered in a thick miasma that prevented anyone from getting close. But reports from the past month claimed that the miasma had begun to dissipate. Reports which I have now confirmed. Why do you suppose the miasma dissipated? Some posit that it is because the ball that sleeps within has grown weak, but I am unconvinced. After all, we have no evidence that it was the ball that emitted the miasma in the first place. Why, none of us has even had occasion to examine the ball with our own eyes. Until now, that is. This is a chance of a lifetime. I will do my duty as a student and a scholar. And I will do mine and destroy the fiend.
All right, I'm ready for this too. Let's get going.
Hi, everybody!
Hey Ragnar, how you doing? Carne asada. Honestly, the worst one I still think would be the way it still makes me laugh. It was when I was still in college, so like 2000, 2001 in Austin. It was a TV ad for a like a car lot. The name was Ellis and Salazar, but they pronounced it Ellis and Salazar, and it was like a jingle, like Ellis and Salazar. It's hard not to laugh even just thinking about it, like 20 years later. I mean, he's the one that refuses to pronounce his own name properly. The other one that always got me was Ibanez Guitars. Because in school there was like a brother and sister that I was friends with that had that last name, Ibanez. So it always kind of irks me whenever I hear people say Ibanez Guitars. Yeah, because, I mean, obviously the guitar company doesn't put the Enya over the N, but, you know, that last name is supposed to have it. It's Ibanez, but everybody always pronounces it Ibanez. Oh crap, I'm being forced into a second one this time. Honestly, I always Well, the one guitar that I actually did buy for myself, I was a Washburn, but that was mostly just because I idolized Dimebag Darrell back when I actually still played. Actually, when Dimebag Darrell died was right about the time that I stopped playing. Yeah, he was also one of the few people that would swear by solid-state amps over tube amps, which a lot of people gave him shit for. Randy Rhoads, he's a good one. Yeah, it was just like, obviously there were a lot of guitar people that I looked up to, but he was the one that I did like the most and kind of tried. I always liked the groove that he had going in like a lot of his solos and everything, because it always felt like that was harder to emulate than just playing, you know, 1,000 notes a second, like Schenker or even like Vi or any of them. Like, the pickups help a little bit. But yeah, the majority of it does come from all of that. Which, I mean, obviously I didn't have anything. I just had a little speaker, a little amp, you know, about that big probably. No, I wasn't doing gigs or anything. I was just kind of playing on my own at home. See if we can figure out what those little imp things seem to have a fuck ton of HPs. Try to figure out what the hell their weakness is. Yeah, because a lot of them, you know, it literally just felt like they were just trying to shove as many notes per second in as they could get. But yeah, that was just something that I always really liked about Dimebag Darrell's playing, is that it had a very unique feel to it, to the point where you always knew it was him, and you could tell when someone was trying to emulate him, like more so than a lot of the others. Is it giving... That's something I've always been wondering. Does it give you commercials when you tab out? Yeah, 'cause, like, I have the stream set up so that it shouldn't be giving you commercials outside of, like, the original ones when you first enter stream, the pre-roll. But I do wonder in what situations do they try to sneak more in. I haven't even heard anything from his son. And while I will agree with the timetable of the first time Sammy Hagar left, I think it had more to do with his drinking than actually Sammy Hagar leaving. And I think that's also one of the reasons why Hagar left, is because, like, he was just, like, he was getting drunk on stage to the point he was just playing like shit. And for someone as talented as Van Halen to not play well is kind of embarrassing. Okay, so those things are weak to earth. Yeah, being a, like... He probably grew up playing those songs, so... Yeah, him... Probably drilled into him from such an early age, it shouldn't be that big of a shock that he can play them. Fuse. Yeah, that's the case. Unfortunately, more times than not. I mean, it's for people like that they literally came up with the phrase "separate the art from the artist." Okay. So they still have the guys that you need to learn the summons from. Yeah, but even with Lemmy's, like, all the speed that Lemmy did, there's not that many stories of him, like, going out of control and doing stupid shit. Like, so, apparently, he was pretty good at handling what he was on. There's a lot of other rock stars and everything you hear about their drug problem because you hear about all the crazy shit they did or people they fucked over. But there's not a lot of stories about Lemmy. It's not, like, most people still remember him pretty positively. Yeah, but even then, on the grand scale of things, how bad is that really? Like, if that's the worst story people come up with, like, oh, he needed to ask a friend for help once. I'm sure maybe there probably are worse stories of people close to him that aren't speaking up about it or don't want to talk about it, but that's what I'm saying. Most of the time when rock stars have a drug problem, it's like public news of horrible shit they've done. That's what I'm saying. It's like he wasn't out making the news because he was fucking everything up. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's pretty much a reason why Lemmy is spoken of the way he is. Yeah, I still remember the line from Airheads, the whole, who would win in a wrestling match, Lemmy or God? Trick question, Lemmy is God.
And here before us is the center of the crater.
But there's nothing there.
Nothing resembling a ball indeed. This is a mystery, a puzzle, an enigma. I'm starting to think there was never any ball to begin with. Ridiculous, preposterous. My research, months and months of research.
Airheads was good.
The ball was here. I know it. I'm sure of it.
Encino Man, it basically comes down to
I'm certain as well.
Magnolia?
how much Pauly Shore you can stomach.
I know it too. Yes.
I like Pauly Shore, but I know a lot of people can't stand him.
I know the ball that landed here.
Huh?
What's that noise?
Is it an alarm?
No. Excuse me for a moment.
Yeah.
Ici 110345. Ouch. Terminé.
Ça fait une éternité que nous essayons de vous joindre. Terminé.
Attendez, mes nouveaux alliés sont ici avec moi. Parlons les langues. Je veux qu'ils comprennent. Oh, appelez-moi Magnolia. Terminé.
Understood, Magnolia. This is Vice President Appleberry. I'll get straight to the point. A new threat has emerged. It eluded our perimeter defense and is heading for your coordinates as we speak.
C'est pas vrai!
Distance, 26,000 in closing. Impact in T-1 minute. Magnolia, you know your orders. It's ball busting time. Don't worry. After the pounding we gave it, it should be on its last legs.
Roger that, Appleberry. Don't worry. Ballbuster Magnolia Arch is on the job.
Ballbuster.
Magnolia?
I will say one thing for this game. It's making me realize that I haven't forgotten all of my high school French.
Headed in our direction as we speak.
I'm catching about 3/4 of what she says.
A ball? Where? Right above us, and it's closing fast. Stand back, everyone. I've got work to do.
Not alone, you don't. Rifa, it's too dangerous for you here. Run!
Run? Right! Run! Incoming!
It's huge.
She basically gave the location of where they are, said that she's with her new friends, told them to refer to her as Magnolia Arch. So, obviously that's not her real name.
It's time to bust some balls!
Which was pretty apparent, but yeah, it's basically, I'm here with my new friends, attack this area, speak to them in their language, refer to me as Magnolia Arch. I don't know if there's anything that Adam Sandler should feel jealous about. There was a good long time there where Brendan Fraser was, like, washed up. Honestly, it's just recently that he's come back with The Whale. Like, there was a long time that Brendan Fraser was not doing anything. Whereas Adam Sandler... I can't remember, did he win or did he get nominated for Uncut Gems? Not to mention just the fucking mountains of cash he has from all the movies that his Happy Madison Productions pumps out. Like maybe he was upset that Brendan didn't want to, like, because he does kind of work with the same group of actors on all his stuff, so maybe he was a little sad that Brendan Fraser didn't want to join his troupe and continue doing movies with him, but I can't think of anything that he would be jealous about. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If there was any, like, sadness or, like, that feeling when he said that, I think it just had more to do with the fact that he probably really liked the guy and wanted him to, you know, wanted to make more movies with him. I don't think Sandler would be jealous of anything. Like, he may not be critically acclaimed, but, I mean, the money he makes speaks for itself. Actually, what am I doing? It's the boss fight. Oh, god damn it. Oh, I didn't even see him there. Wait to light. I don't have light. Stop blinding people, you asshole. Yeah, but she's definitely not the only one. There was also Drew Barrymore and fuck, I can't think of any more, but there's been a lot of actresses that you know, it feels almost like he cast them just for reasons like that. I mean, hell, that's almost a pretty normal thing in Hollywood for them to... Check the other one. I don't want to attack when they're blind. Yeah, Heather Graham's another one. Yeah, Salma Hayek. She has not gotten... Like, she basically still looks the same. Like her age barely even registers. Like, even if you look at, like, Desperado or one of the earlier movies she was in versus now, like, there's hardly any difference. Yeah, her too. That's just it. She doesn't, like, it's been 30 years. She hasn't aged 30 years. It's just been 30 years. Starting to think maybe there was no special effects in From Dusk Till Dawn and she really is a vampire. I do, Mama. And Elite Tim, thank you very much for the raid. What are you playing today? WWE 2023. So how's the wrestling? What are you gonna do? All right. Put a wall on everyone. I see, so the, wait, I mean, there's not an actual category for watching WWE, is there? Like, that is a game that you put in, I guess, to circumvent it. Thanks, dude, Mama. Had it for a while. I basically got a lot of this set up over the pandemic. Adding stuff to the stream was one of the things that kept me occupied. And thank you very much for the follow, dude, Mama. Welcome to the Cult of Omega 3 JRPGs. Hope you enjoy your stay. I mean, you could say that it works pretty well on its own, but it definitely is tweaked when they made Octopath. In the sense that, like, while you do get multiple attacks when you boost in, like, multiple normal attacks when you boost in Octopath, but you don't get multiple abilities. You can just pick one ability and power it up. But yeah, it's definitely a version of this that they tweaked more when they made Octopath Traveler. Which is the more recent. I wouldn't say punishment. I was gonna play this either way. It's just that had you guys had the community challenge been finished, I would be playing the Fire Emblem game right now. Like I said, I'll probably wait a month or two and do it again, because it's basically two series that are kind of up in the air right now that I want to finish, which is this one and Mary Skelter. So as far as the games I'm picking, it'll be this, then Mary Skelter Finale, then Bravely Default 2. And then, of course, there's a viewer redeem game in between each of them. Hey, Haidaru, how you doing? Long time ago. Have you seriously been coming in here all the time and didn't notice?
It is thanks to you. It would have been rough on my own.
Oh my! Was that what I thought it was? Yes, it was. It most certainly was. A living, breathing ball! Right in front of my eyes! Wait, this is the discovery of a lifetime! No, of the century! Of the millennium!
Rifa! Don't forget to breathe.
John, Appleberry, ici Hart. Répondez.
We're getting no life signs from the ball. Mission complete. Well done, Magnolia.
It was nothing, compared to the fiend that raised Fort Loon and barely put up a fight.
Nevertheless, you performed your duty admirably. And yet, we never know when the enemy will strike again. Stay vigilant, Ballbuster Magnolia Arch.
Wait a minute, Magnolia. What's going on?
Not yet.
When we first met, I told you that I came to your world from the moon. Specifically, I come from Fort Lune, a base on the moon's surface. Our mission, to intercept and eliminate balls. I served there as a ball buster.
A ball buster?
A base? On the moon? I've never heard of such a thing.
My people have been fighting the balls since the dawn of history. We've taken it as our duty to protect Luxembourg from this otherworldly menace. My comrades and I have undergone
before
a
that
rigorous
fight, she
training
announced
program
herself as a ball
designed to turn
buster.
us into expert ball exterminators.
In other words, you're a ball buster.
Putting aside for a moment the idea that I'm talking to someone from the moon, you're saying that on the moon the existence of balls is common knowledge?
Mais oui. For generations, we succeeded in containing the ball menace. Everything changed 1 year ago. A ball appeared whose power dwarfed anything we'd seen before. We of the Ballbusters led a full-scale attack against the fiend. But to no avail. That single ball ravaged the moon, laying waste to my home and slaughtering my people. As Fort Lune lay in ruins, the ball hurtled off towards Luxembourg. Appleberry and I were the only survivors. It took us a year, but we repaired a lone vessel and I set off in pursuit of the ball. But my navigation system malfunctioned, and before I knew it, I was crashing into the mountains of Eternia.
Where we met.
This miasma in the air? Oui, I know it all too well. The ball that slept here is the fiend that destroyed my home. I'm sure of it.
Wait a minute. You said that the enemy you were searching for was in the Skyhold.
Yes, that is where I first detected its presence here on Luxembourg. But I sense it, or remnants of it, in this place as well. Why? I cannot say, but it doesn't matter. Not anymore. I must go to the Skyhold, find the fiend, and avenge my people. This is my mission, why I came to this world. Even alone, I will do my duty.
Magnolia.
Forgive me. Magnolia,
Forgive you?
I should have known. Well, not about balls and busters and forts on the moon and all that, but the tragedy you suffered. Your duty. You've been keeping it all inside, and I never even noticed. But what's this do-it-alone talk? We may not be ball busters, but we're your friends, aren't we?
Friends.
It is going to be very hard not to laugh every time they say
You had to shoulder the
that.
burden all by yourself. We've been on your side since day one.
We'd only just met, and still you lent us your strength, and offered to help us save Agnes. What more could we ask for in a friend?
Mes amis.
I might not be much on the battlefield, but I'm here for you too. Anything you need, just ask Rifa.
All right. Since we have a new mission, we'll need a new name. Starting now, I declare us Agnes's Ball-Busting Avengers.
Merci, mes amis. Thank you, my friends.
And with that, there's no time to lose. We need to track down the Skyhold. Let's head back to El Campus and see what we can find out. Come on, everyone!
Yeah, that would be their acronym. Huh? Rifa, what are those scraps of paper? I haven't the foggiest. I discovered them among the other detritus in the crater. And it's quite the stack, but they're all mixed up. Well, there's someone's notes. They're all damp, and the ink is blurred and washed out. So I leave risks to me this place. I can't make heads or tails of this. And if I take the scrap back with me and properly restore them, I may be able to decipher them. Were they all written by a single author, or perhaps several? The plot thickens. I can hardly wait to get back to the lab. I think you've discovered a cure for insomnia. Work like that would put me to sleep. That's how serious academic research is done, I'm afraid. Isn't that right, you? I suppose. You haven't changed at all, have you, Rifa? Why would I have? No, but deciphering these papers would prove quite the challenge. Ooh, just thinking about the hours of work that lie ahead gets the scholar in me all fired up. I guess it takes all kinds. Bon courage in your research, Rifa. The worst part is that they're not even trying to pronounce it differently or anything. Like, it's B-A''A'-L. They could be pronouncing it Baal. But they're not. They're just straight up pronouncing it Ball. It just makes me feel like it's intentional. Like they knew what they were doing. Actually, I think I got everything in here. Yeah, she throws in little bits of French here and there.
Your Majesty, you might be interested to know that a new ball landed on Luxembourg.
Tell me more.
It seems the poor thing's already croaked. Done in by Eugenie Olja and his motley crew.
Felling a ball is no small task. His strength grows.
A pitiful little thing, this ball. Wiped out by a boy before it even had the chance to say hello. It must have taken quite the beating from the moon's defenses.
And what of our own specimen?
Sleeping peacefully, Your Majesty, dreaming sweet ball dreams.
That will do. It is but one small part of our grand plan. We will rouse it from slumber when the time is right.
But of course, Your Majesty.
Well, they're voice actors, so they probably weren't paid much. Oh man, that almost looked like it was blocked for a second. Well, they weren't in the first Bravely Default. In the first Bravely Default, they gave you bonuses based on, like, beating it in the first round, beating it without getting hit, or beating all the enemies, like, with the same move. In this one, it's just if you beat them in one round, you have a chance to add another fight. And that's where the bonuses come in. Which honestly isn't too bad, because if you get one extra fight, it's already equal to the bonus that you would have, like, the highest bonus you would have gotten for all that stuff in the previous game. Because I think 50% bonus was the most you could get. No, I just played the full game. I don't know if it was like that in the demo. Oh, was it? So does the demo not show up in the actual game? Like the events of the demo, I guess? Well, I just mean, like, are the events that happen in the demo, like, the first Voice of Cards game, the demo was entirely separate storyline from the main game. It was actually kind of like a prologue to the main game, with completely different characters. I was wondering if it was something like that.
Rain in Harina? Now that's something you don't see every day.
Oh man, couldn't it have waited till we got back to El Campus? We'll be soaked.
Cheer up, everyone. I'll have you know I prepared for this very occasion.
What's that?
Voila! Ball-skin umbrellas. No need to push and shove. There's one for everyone.
Did he say ball skin? This is kind of gross, you know.
Yeah, we gotta update the
Way to be
murder.
resourceful, you. Thanks,
Where is
sir.
it?
Coming from you, that means a lot.
But you, where is your own umbrella?
Well, only 4 of them were still in good condition. But don't worry about me. I don't mind a little rain.
Don't worry. How can you tell me not to worry?
Here, you. We can share.
Are you sure?
Mais oui, we can't have you catching cold. Here, come closer.
Thank you.
You're all red. Have you come down with a fever?
No, it's nothing, really.
Well, it's cold, so the ball skin
What's wrong with
probably
you?
shrank.
Don't you two look cozy?
Yes, we are. So?
I don't know about where you come from, but here in Luxembourg, when a boy and a girl share an umbrella...
Un couple? A couple, you say? Oh, your other shoulder is getting soaked.
I'm fine. Really. What about you? Aren't your feet getting wet?
Don't worry about me. Just try to stay dry.
I promise you I'm fine. Watch your feet, okay?
Aw, these two are really hitting it off, aren't they? Still, that umbrella's awfully small for two people. Here, you can use my...
Yeah! Get a clue, blockhead!
Oh, look! My umbrella's broken.
Oops, my hand slipped.
But you drop-kicked me.
Hand, leg, what's the difference? And if you think I'm gonna let you under my umbrella, you've got another thing coming. You've made your bed. Now get soaked in it. Here, here.
What did I do now?
Wait, it's Her Holiness.
My friends, I finally figured out where we are.
Tell us more.
The air is sweltering, and I can hear the grinding of great gears. Why, this can only be...
Anshime!
Exactly! What happened to you, Tiz? You're soaking wet.
Oh, this? It's
Thank the heavens!
For what?
You're still bathing every day. I was worried the road had been hard on you. Oh, and look at you! Why, your face is all red. You mustn't stay in the hot water for too long.
We lost our connection.
For being the Empire's captive, she sure seems to be in good spirits.
No
That's good, at
4G
least.
in our campus.
I'll say. And now we know our next destination. Anshime isn't far from here.
And with that, I must return to my studies. I can hardly wait to get back to the Spire and begin analyzing all this data. Anything I can find out about balls, I promise you'll be the first to know.
Please do, Rifa.
God
And I'll
damn
be
it,
sure to
game.
take copious notes.
This has been a most enlightening excursion, my friends. Take care and be safe.
Farewell, Rifa. Good luck in your studies.
Seriously, how long were these voice actors in the studio? Like, how many takes did all of these take before they could say it with a straight face? I haven't played any of the Persona Q games. I guess we'll just go out the back. That doesn't look normal.
Whoa, 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 what's this? A sandstorm?
Ow. I think I got something in my eye.
Are you all right, you?
Well, this won't do. We can't even get close to the city.
I hope the people inside are okay.
Do you have some connection here, Adia?
You bet we do. I wasn't gonna tell the story, but hey, if you insist. And I must say, it's quite a tale. You'll laugh, you'll cry.
On second thought, it sounds long. Let's save it for another day.
Oh, come on. Hey, here, I'll just give you the highlights.
Long story short, Anshime was a land of booming industry, powered by harnessing the force of the wind. But when we came here, the wind crystal was engulfed in darkness, and the winds had gone still. A group of shifty schemers took advantage of the situation, manipulating the people for their own profit. Together with Agnes, we awakened the crystal got the winds blowing again, and brought the bad guys to justice.
Wow, what a clear and concise explanation. You sure have a way with words, sir.
What a remarkable tale.
Grr. You just had to go and steal my spotlight.
But go figure. Last time we were here, there was no wind at all. Now it's blowing so strong we can't even get in.
I'll bet you pig to pancakes that Kaiser is behind this. He's trying to keep us away from Agnes.
Let's return to El Campus. If the sandstorm is magical in origin, surely someone in the Department of Sorcery will know how to dispel it.
Now that sounds like a plan. Let's go.
Pardon me, might we have a moment of your time?
Five-star scholar Pudgius Bismal has no time for peasants and pudding heads.
Ugh! It's that fathead who was picking on Rifa.
Picking on Rifa? Me? Watch your tongue, you no-star bore! I merely deigned to give the girl the opportunity to assist her superior.
Good gravy. Look, Rifa's a friend of mine. Couldn't you just leave her alone?
And who are you to give orders to me? Are you even an Al Campus alumnus?
My name is Yu. Yu Geniolja.
What? Of House Geniolja? And, if I might be so bold as to inquire, how many stars did you have during your time here at our alma mater?
I was a 5-star, same as you.
I see. So we are equals.
Well, when I graduated, they added a 6.
100, no, 1,000 apologies. Leave Riva alone. You have my word.
Well, that was easy. Talk about a clear-cut case of classism.
He sounds like a completely different person.
I didn't want to have to pull rank, but if it helps out Rifa, it's worth it.
Is there any other way I might be of assistance? If Pudgius Bismal can do anything for you, simply speak the word.
Now that you mention it, we have business in Ansheim, but the city's caught in a vicious sandstorm. We're looking for a way to quell the winds. Do you know anyone in El Campus who could help us?
A sandstorm? Oh, why, you should speak to Professor Norzen.
Professor Norzen? The Professor Norzen?
You know this professor?
Of course! He's practically a legend in El Campus. They say his knowledge of all fields of magic is second to none. Gosh, if the stories are true, the professor could stop a sandstorm with a wave of his hand. That said, I've never actually spoken to him. But rumor has it, he hasn't left his office in years.
If I may, I overheard my classmates saying they spotted him on campus not days ago. They saw him heading into the Arcanatorium in the Spire of Learning. Mayhaps you should pay a visit?
Thank you. I think we'll do just that.
You're most welcome. Yes, most welcome indeed.
Professor Norzen's office should be just this way.
Hold it right there. Only faculty are allowed beyond this point. Run along now.
But we're here to see Professor Norzen! Hey, you! Put those 6 stars of yours to work!
I'm Jenny Olja, El Campus alumnus. I'm a, 6-star scholar, sir.
Be that as it may, I'm sorry. I was specifically instructed not to admit anyone. Please be on your way.
He's still watching us. What should we do?
We'll just have to come back at night and sneak in.
Out of the question!
Huh? Why? If we come back after that teacher goes home, we just might be able to slip inside.
Trust me, coming here at night is not a good idea.
And I'm asking why?
And I'll tell you why. 'Cause it's against campus rules. Yep, no students allowed inside after sundown. Too bad, but rules are rules.
What about that sign? Take care with lamps when entering the spire at night. Only you can prevent campus fires. Doesn't sound like we'd be breaking any rules.
Well, there's no getting anything by you, is there, sir?
So, why is sneaking in at night such a bad idea?
All right, you got me. It's the 7 horrors. The 7 horrors of El Campus.
7 horrors?
Oh, we had silly ghost stories at the Officers Academy in Eternia, too.
I'm telling you, the 7 horrors of El Campus are true. Mr. Bones, the skeleton in the biology lab that comes to life at night.
Yeah, we had him too.
The peeping portrait, a painting of Archipelago in the music room, whose eyebrows move.
Not his eyes?
Bloody Maury, the giant eel in the bathroom mirror. The gargantuan professor who roams the hallways in search of truant students. Fluffy, the black cat that causes bad luck when it crosses your path.
I'm not feeling
Fluffy's
the
getting
horror.
a bad rap.
The disembodied voice taking role in an empty lecture hall, but never able to finish because it's always interrupted by...
Oh, don't do that, Magnolia. You scared me half to death.
But I just saw a mouse!
See? Look how scared we all are. Let's forget about this silly idea of sneaking in at night, okay? Okay.
People stop giving Fluffy shit, he'd take care of that mouse.
This is all just superstition. Let's head out and come back after sundown.
Doesn't anything scare you, sir?
Was it you or somebody pointed out that they sounded the same yesterday? But we never did look it up. Just go tonight, or am I actually have to go outside and run around? I'm still daytime. Yeah, because there was somebody here yesterday that mentioned that Edea sounded like Morgana. But like I said, we didn't actually look it up. Since it seems like we are gaining job levels pretty quick, let's see if we can get to the JP up passive. I don't know. I haven't noticed the damage going up. Or except if you mean, and actually technically she shouldn't have it right now. I actually do need to put it on her now that I think about it. But the Charioteer class has a thing where every time they do a normal attack, their proficiency with the weapons goes up until it hits S rank. But like I said, I don't have that on Magnolia right now. But that did remind me to put it. Yeah, armed proficiency increases as you attack. Oh wait, it's nighttime. We can go back in. Seriously, I want a cat this big. I feel like the only cat you can get that's probably about that size outside of maybe, outside of a wild cat would be a Maine Coon. Yeah, they're huge. Let's see if I can get a picture. Like, they're still domestic cats, but they're really big. The only thing I don't like about the Maine Coon is that they're long hair, which means you constantly have to brush them out. But I would love to have a cat that big, but unfortunately, about the only, like, short hair cats that are that big are wild.
This light. Is someone inside?
Willy the Wisp! The ghostly torch that burns endlessly inside empty offices!
You! Give it a rest already!
I can't help it. Ghost stories are my only real fear. You know?
So far his only real fears are
I can't even tell if you're
bridges,
trying to scare us or
ghosts,
yourself.
and scary stories.
Settle down, everyone. Let's just head inside, okay?
You know, him being fearless and having only one real fear that seems to change every stream. Seems like every stream we find a new only one fear that he has. That's why I couldn't find it before. It was inside here.
Could it be? Inconceivable. But the stars, they speak to me.
Pardon me, Professor?
And yet, so many mysteries they have yet to reveal. 1, 2, 6 lights? Whatever could these be?
Professor!
Oh, who goes there? Well, if it isn't you again.
Wait, you're the old fortune teller from Eternia.
What are you doing here, Pops?
Why would I be anywhere else? This is, after all, my own office.
Your office? You're Professor Norzen?
Very astute, 6-star scholar Eugeniolger. You're the 23rd in our school's history, you know.
What?
I am Professor Norzen Horoskov, a specialist in astrology and the arcane.
Horoskov?
In my spare time, I enjoy ballroom dancing and gardening.
Well, yeah, keep that in mind. So, what were you doing in Eternia anyway?
The stars spoke to me of a great calamity that would threaten our world. And so, I traveled to Eternia that I might find a way to awaken the hero Tiz Aurier. But then the Empire struck, making it all but impossible to reach Tiz on my own. Once more, I looked to the heavens for guidance, and this time I was able to bring 4 stars together.
So it was you that led my friends to
I guess
me,
he's just the
who helped
replacement
them wake
old
me from my
man
slumber. You have my thanks,
for
Professor Norzen.
the dressmaker in the first
the
game.
miracle, 'tis Aurea in the flesh. And this is our other star. 'Twas a harbinger of good fortune after all.
Actually, we had a question for you, Professor.
Yes, my boy?
We're trying to get to the Skyhold, but a massive sandstorm is swirling around the nation of Ansheim. We can't even get close. Do you know some way to quiet the winds?
Why, that I do. Most indubitably.
All right.
Oh, well, please tell us, Professor.
Heed my words well, my boy. I know how to quiet the storm, because it is I who summoned it.
Professor? I must have misheard you.
It wasn't the Kaiser who caused the sandstorm, but you?
Just so. With it, I will bring the Skyhold down. While guiding the four of you to the Skyhold, I was also exploring ways to vanquish the Empire on my own. After much research, eureka! It came to me! Using the power of this crystal, I would unleash a great sandstorm. A sandstorm of such fearsome force that it would rip the Skyhold from the sky and send it crashing to the earth, Kaiser and all.
Hold it right there, Pops. What's going to happen to the people of Ansheim?
Many lives will be lost, no doubt. And yet it is a risk we must take. After all, the Kaiser and the Skyhold are within my sphere of arcane influence. It would be pure folly to let him escape unscathed. For the future of Luxendark, the people of Ansheim will make the most noble of all sacrifices.
Mais quel culot! How could you?
But, Professor, Pope Agnes is in the Skyhold too. You mean to sacrifice not only the people of Ansheim, but Her Holiness as well?
My boy, I wish there were no need, but the stars have spoken. This is the only way. And so I shall heed the heavens. I will bring down the Empire no matter the cost. I do not expect you to understand. I have chosen my path, and I will follow it.
I see. Then we must do the same.
Yes, and I think our choice is clear.
We'll defend Her Holiness and the people of Ansheim. Just watch us.
Oh, impressive resolve, boy. And yet resolve and lofty ideals are all but worthless in the hands of the weak. Do you have the strength to realize your ideals, boy? Then summon that strength and defeat me, holder of the Astrologian Asterisk. Do you truly possess the power to overthrow the Kaiser? To save Pope Agnes and the people of Ansheim? Or are those just empty vows? I, Norzen, shall be the arbiter of your worth! I am Norzen of Stars Innumerable, Professor Emeritus of Alcampus, and holder of the Astrologian Asterisk. Let your final examination begin!
Let's take his job.
Do you truly believe what you're doing is right? That the goal of defeating the Kaiser justifies this terrible sacrifice?
How little you understand.
Unfortunately, we couldn't heal because we had to come in here
when the crystals were
at night.
by darkness.
When we went to the inn, it would go back to morning.
Stand by and watch as brave men and women fought for their own beliefs, their own sense of justice. I sat here in my office, unsure as to which side to lend my strength. In doing nothing, I brought only greater tragedy. I will not repeat my mistake. This time, I will trust my own sense of justice. I will take action.
I used to feel the same way. I thought nothing was more important than sticking to my own sense of justice.
We fought on, and the people around us paid the price for our actions. We want to make a different choice this time. The choice not to sacrifice others for our beliefs.
Okay, he punches really hard. Okay, so that... I was under the impression that that punch only drops him down to 1 HP, and as long as I kept him above that, they'd be fine, but... I guess maybe... Yeah, I'm not sure what to think now. Oh crap, I am out of Phoenix Downs. Yeah, I was not expecting a boss fight. I did not prepare at all. We gotta go to try to kill him. Thought that had worn off. Nope. Yeah, like I said, I was not expecting a boss fight. Alright, so at least now we can buy some items and prep for it. Really? She's still appearing in games, though, isn't she? Like, I'm pretty sure Laharl, Etna, and Flan appear as, like, guest characters in almost every game.
This light. Is someone...
I am Norzen of Stars Innumerable, Professor Emeritus of Alcampus.
Professor!
Up to
Yeah, thankfully we don't have to worry about the 3DS speakers for this.
For you.
Alright, the magic reflect is finally off him. Oh, the music changes when you use a special move. And for as long as the music is different, you get buffs. So, buffer class.
You are strong, my children.
Professor, we beg of you, please, stop the sandstorm. We'll defeat the Kaiser. There's no need for the people of Ansheim to suffer any longer.
It would seem you have something to back up those words after all. You have passed your test with flying colors. 'Twould seem that I was the one who lacked the courage of my convictions after all. To tell the truth, Ansheim is where I was born so many years ago. The last thing I wanted was to see my beloved home come to harm. And yet, consumed with remorse and regret, I had convinced myself that the sandstorm was the only way. Through your strength and your words, you have shown me that there is another. You, children, are the future. I put my trust and faith in you.
We did it!
But before you depart for Ansheim, there is one more task I would ask of you.
A task?
The Compass of Space and Time, a storied relic of ancient Harina. I would have you recover it. Ever since the Skyhold arrived in these lands, it has been drifting to and fro and to, almost as if it were searching for something. After days of poring through the histories and nights of speaking to the stars, it came to me. The compass! The Kaiser seeks the compass!
The compass? Of space and time?
The compass has the power to reshape our very world. We must keep it from the Kaiser at all costs. If the tomes speak true, the compass rests in the sea caves of Harina. You must travel south, past the desert. Then east, through the forests from the Altar of Wind. Now hurry! You must find the compass before the Kaiser.
A compass? A compass? A compass, Mew say? Meow, there's a tale I'm glad I caught. That voice! Mew! Didn't Mew notice? Fluffy here was keeping tabbies on Mew.
It too, Fluffy?
Mew just happened to cough up a butte about some compass of strays and lime. Oh, His Majesty will be so pleased.
You're the girl we saw fishing.
Minette is His Majesty the Kaiser's master of cats and a trained meow-assassin. Cats are great, they never betray Mew. Cats are great, they leave Mew alone. Cats are great, they get by on their meow. Meow. Fluffy.
Professor!
It's like
Attaboy, Fluffy.
the way he hunched over, it looks like Fluffy went straight for his balls.
Cats everywhere are my friends.
Professor! Are you okay? Professor!
This should put that sandstorm back in the litter box. I need to inform His Majesty. I'll be back for Mew later. Ta-ta for Meow.
Anya, shut! Should we go after her?
Let her go. The professor needs our help.
Hang in there, Pops. Here, let me see your wounds.
Oh, worry not for me, my child. I have seen it in the stars. I am not so foolish as to misread the day of my own demise. Mayhap this is the price I pay for putting my pride above the lives of my countrymen.
No, this can't be happening.
Do not look so sad, my boy. This path I chose for myself. You too must follow your path, my children, for your path will lead not to pain, but to a bright future.
Yes, Professor.
Oh, that's the spirit, my shining stars. And as my own star dims, I ask you once more, find the compass. Whatever may come, you must keep it out of the Kaiser's hands.
I understand. You can count on us, Professor.
That I do, my stars. And let the shining light of your ideals guide us to a brighter tomorrow.
Where'd he go? I mean, he was a pretty big dude. Didn't just disappear.
Don't worry, Pops. We'll keep our promise.
Yes, and follow through on our words. Thank you, Magnolia. And forgive me.
Comment? Whatever for?
The ball in the sky hole destroyed your home, right? It's your sworn mission to defeat it. If we hadn't stopped the Professor's sandstorm, you could have accomplished this already. You could have had your revenge.
You, listen to me. My home on the moon was destroyed by that ball. This is the undeniable reality. And it is true, destroying that ball and avenging my people is my mission. Before I left the moon, my commander spoke to me. You are strong, he said, but there is only so much you can do on your own. You must find new comrades on Luxembourg, new companions. Comrades who would fight at my side, here in this strange and distant land? Who needs them, I thought. I had already decided this operation would be a lonely one. And yet, the very first person I met here offered to be my friend. I was too happy for words. From one friend followed another. Before I knew it, I had a new mission, a new calling. I want to help you. I want to fight at your side. I want to save Agnes, together. Do you understand, you? I'm one of Agnes's ball-busting avengers, just like you.
Magnolia, she's right. The four of us didn't come together just by chance. We're true companions, united by a common cause. A common cause. Yes, that describes us exactly.
Again, how many takes does it get them to say those lines with a straight face?
Kick the Kaiser's behind!
and rescue Agnes. Together we can do it. We will do it. Let's go for the gravy, everyone!
For the gravy!
Alright. Oh, side quest. But first, I'm gonna go ahead and go on break. So, I'll be back in 5, and then we will continue with the ball busting. back.
Martha, what a lovely wooden brooch.
Isn't it beautiful? Mr. Kami Izumi gave it to me as a thank you gift for nursing him back to health.
Oh, I thought I recognized the design. It's so beautiful. I'm not surprised that it's Master's handiwork.
Wow, Master Kami Izumi made that himself?
Whenever he has a few moments to spare, he whittles brooches. He's been doing it for as long as I've known him.
Oh, I almost forgot. He left a letter for you, Miss Idia.
He did? Oh, let me see. Would you look at this? My master's calligraphy is so elegant, it almost makes me sick. My wounds have healed, and now I must take my leave of this place. But there is one favor I would ask of you.
I want you to take this second letter and deliver it to a pupil of mine in Ansheim. I once penned a correspondence course book on the secrets of swordsmanship for beginners. It proved to be surprisingly popular.
Master wrote a how-to for amateur swordsmen? Really?
The pupil in question is a young man by the name of Go. He recently left Al Campus to make his way in the world. It seems he quite enjoyed my book as a lad, and we often discussed his enthusiasm for the blade during my time here. In a sense, he is your fellow pupil, Idia. As of late, however, the boy has disappeared from the halls of this dormitory.
Oh, something terrible must have happened. Maybe Master wants us to go rescue him.
I understand that Go secured employment with the Power Betterment Office in Ansheim. Please find Go and deliver to him this letter. You will have my gratitude.
This doesn't tell us anything about where Master might have gone. At least we know he's alive. And it doesn't sound like he's in danger.
Oh, that's good news, isn't it? It's a load off my mind as well.
In any case, I guess we should deliver the letter to this fellow pupil of yours, right?
I mean, it's a side quest, so we're gonna steal someone's job.
Time for a visit to Ansheim?
Alright, Ansheim is the back way.
Your Majesty, I'm back! Didn't you miss me?
Your report, Minette. Did you see to you?
Yeah, forgive me, Your Majesty. I was just so happy after killing the professor and stopping the sandstorm, you see. You won't blame Minette, will Meow Meow?
So quieting the winds was your doing.
Finally, we can stretch our wings a bit. We should go and round up our troops. And there's more.
More?
I picked up the most perfect little nip of information. The compass that your Majesty is searching for. I know where it is. I've already sent my best little kitties there. Yes, they're searching for it right meow.
You have served us well, Minette Napcatty.
Cats are everywhere. Cats see everything. And what they see, I see. Meow, isn't that special? Your Infermeowshin superhighway, was it?
It is with good reason that they call you the Catmancer. Who's a good kitty now? Who's a good widow kitty?
Thank you, Your Meowjesty. But Meow, Minette must return to her work.
Go forth, Minette. And here, perhaps my own feline friend might serve you as well.
Truly? Oh, Your Meowjesty is too kind! The compass is as good as yours. Meow you later! Minette Napcatty. A frightful little child indeed. And yet, this is too important a task to trust to her alone, no matter how capable she may be. You wouldn't object to sending Jan as well, would you?
A rational course of action. Make it so.
As you wish, Your Meowjesty.
By whatever means necessary, I must have that compass.
Yeah, I've never played any of the Persona Q games. I'm not sure I want to. Yeah, and while I like Etrian Odyssey for its complexity, but I usually end up getting bored with it by about the 3rd dungeon because there's no story. And while I'm sure the Persona Q games have story, I also think they probably don't have the complexity of the original Etrian Odysseys. So it's one of those things where I don't think I'd probably like them too much either. The bugs are dragoons. That would be good to have. Oh yeah, that's like one of the first passes that you get from the Charioteer class. They get to equip weapons to both hands and the head slot. And at I think level 10? Yeah, it's level 10, you get to equip a weapon to the armor slot. So they can actually have 4 weapons. Obviously, that means their defense is going to be absolute shit, because they're not going to have a helmet or an armor on, but, you know, if you want to go glass cannon. But yeah, it's literally Zoro's style from One Piece right now. Since it's a weapon in each hand and a weapon in on their head slot, which would be in their teeth. Okay, I need to raise a lot of money. I got spells and armor to buy still.
Welcome to the Power Betterment Office of Anshine. I'm Deputy Director Middle, and you would be?
Nobody important. We're just looking for a man named Go.
Go? Ah, go get it. The new guy. He'd be
The
inside the
names.
next generation labor saver. Collapsed on the
Middleman,
floor, shirking his
go-getter.
duties, no doubt.
The next generation labor saver?
They say he was a 4-star something or another in Al Campus. Well, he's not earning any stars around here, that's for sure. In any case, the Grand Mill Works, that's where you find him. Though what you want with that slacker is anyone's guess.
I'm definitely not very current on One Piece. The last of One Piece that I read was, they were still on that island that was half lava, half ice. So I'm way behind.
Oh, I've had it. I can't work in this place a second longer. I'm so exhausted I can barely move my arms. Please, someone just put me out of my misery.
Hey, are you Go? My name is Idia Lee. We're fellow pupils, or something like that.
Fellow pupils? Whatever do you mean?
I studied swordsmanship under Master Kami Izumi. He asked me to bring you a letter.
I see. So how is Master Kami Izumi, that is?
Oh, he's fine, up and about. He left the dormitory already. But he seemed worried about you, which is why we're here. So, tough job, is it?
To say the least. More like crushing toil, morning to night. No rest, no relief. I left Al Campus just last month. A recruiter from the Power Betterment Office visited and scouted me right out of school. I had a letter of recommendation from my professors, a prestigious new job. I thought I was on my way to great things.
We heard you were a 4-star scholar. What did you study at Al Campus?
I was in the Faculty of Magic, working on my summoning thesis.
Summoning? And just how are you putting that to use here working in a windmill?
I'm not. All I ever do is turn these cursed cogs. Why, look at my poor fingers. They look like broiled sausages.
You're operating the cogs manually? Those were for when the wind had stopped, but now...
Next generation labor saver, my behind. Despite all my learning, I've been made a fool. They told me it was a trial program to test new technology for dealing with wind outages. Didn't sound so bad, until I came down here to the trenches. Egads, but I'm tired. If only I'd known, I would have stayed behind in that forest and finished my field work.
Why, I was on the verge of unlocking the secret of the legendary summoning spell Amaterasu.
Legendary summoning spell Amaterasu. Can't say I've ever heard of it.
That's why it's legendary. Where's the allure in summoning something everyone already knows? There's but a single mention of Amaterasu having been summoned over a century ago.
Damn, it's the
Since
hipster
then,
summoning spell.
Many have attempted the incantation, only to fail. If I were to successfully summon Amaterasu, oh, my name would be sung by mages for ages to come. But look at me now, stuck in this infernal pit, with nothing but blisters and oil stains to show for my suffering.
But you're not even sure the spell exists. Maybe you were just on a wild goose chase.
Yep. That is his name.
Oh, it exists. I can assure you of that. Mephilia?
Mephilia Venus, the manic savant, holder of the summoner asterisk. The middle child of the Venus sisters, and part of the Bloodrose Legion with which Idia and her friends did battle. Though her heart bears deep scars, the love and support of her sisters has helped her regain a modicum of mental stability. By what strange trick of fate do your paths cross anew?
Oh, so this is where they put you, Go. Oh, don't you look just dreadful? You must return with me to the forest. Together, we will unlock the secrets of Amaterasu. Oh.
Miss Mephilia!
You possess a sharp mind and an aptitude for summoning, and are fiercely devoted to your research. If anyone can succeed in summoning Amaterasu, it's you. Oh, my dear Go, you were born for this. I cannot bear to have you wallowing in this filthy, clamorous cuckoo clock a moment longer. Oh, just look at that grimy face, blighted by smears of grease. And the smell.
Do you have to say it like that? This is the career he chose, after all.
Oh, Idia. Humans bound and battered by the responsibilities of reality are little more than dull little pigs. A mind as bright as this boy's must not be sacrificed to the whims of fate. Now, if you'll excuse us, teleport!
Wait, Mephilia! I haven't given him the letter yet.
What do we do now?
First, we should tell his manager, no?
You're probably right. Man, what a hassle.
Is this dungeon open? No, it's not. Go talk to Middleman.
Welcome to the Power Betterment Office of Ansheim. I am Deputy Director... Oh, you again. What, Go wasn't at his post?
He called it crushing toil. Why'd you give him a job like that?
It's part of his training. We always assign our most promising recruits to the toughest jobs. Builds character.
I would imagine
Sounds
eventually.
more like boot camp.
Because it seems like the jobs from the first game are all in the side quests, and they make you pick one or two.
They're like putty in your hands, right?
Exactly.
I don't know if they're all in the
You have to show
game,
these clever clog types what real work is, or you'll never get anything out of them.
You're awfully familiar with this approach, Idia.
Yeah, well, I've known my fair share of meatheads who like to work this way. It's their shtick. I bet the Crystal Guard was a lot like that too. Huh, you?
Why, yes. More than a little. Hammering the new steel into shape, our drill instructors called it.
Still, perhaps I miscalculated. I never thought he'd quit this soon.
Any idea where he might have gone?
Come to think of it, there was something on his resume. Yeah, here it is. Spent several months studying the art of summoning in the Miasma Woods.
The Miasma Woods.
In the game or in real life? See if we can level him to where he gets Dungeon Master so we don't have to worry about the poison. Oh, did you just get a normal level? We're actually going to need money. Now we can ignore the poison. Let's buy a few ethers before we go back. So I need 2,500 to get the rest of the armor. That's a big guy. I feel like that's the most optimized. So that map's done. The only one there is the locked, which we can't do yet. Knuckles.
So close. Why must you always interfere, Idia?
Oh,
sock in it. I'm not interfering with nothing. I have a letter for Go from his master. I came to deliver it. That's all.
A letter? From Mr. Kami Izumi? He sent you after me?
That's right. Seems he's worried about you. Anyway, here it is.
Thank you. My dear student, when you stopped coming by for our daily dialogues on swordsmanship, I worried what had become of you.
I imagine that your situation now is difficult, but you must find a way to endure and overcome your difficulties. A young man who shirks from his first true challenge will never gain the confidence needed to succeed in this world. Though still constrained to this sickbed, I have been able to make certain inquiries. I understand that you are working for the Power Betterment Office, and that your duties are physically hard and demanding. Perhaps you have begun to question yourself and curse your position. But remember, this is proof of your employer's expectations. Only the most promising recruits are given such work, that they might be instilled with strength and fortitude. I have heard from reliable sources that your supervisor has high hopes for you. Think of your fencing drills. Often they were hard and tedious, but by sticking to them, you gained strength and skill. You learned fencing from my tome and pursued the magical arts at Alcampus. I do not know what lies in store for you, or what you might one day achieve. I can say only this: now is the time to be strong. Gird your loins and plant your standard in the ground. You are go-getter. Grit your teeth, never waver, and you will overcome the trials before you.
Oh, Mr. Kami Izumi, it's too late. I ran away, like a coward. Miss Idia, tell me, whatever should I do?
Look, I don't care what the reasons are. A workplace that treats promising young minds like that is no place for anyone. Remember the mindless toil day after day. How long do you intend to keep that up? You have a dream to summon the legendary Amaterasu. Your name and mine will be writ large on the pages of history for all eternity. Yes!
Go, what do you want to do?
Honestly, I don't know. Of course, I want to stay here and continue my research. But at the same time, I accepted that job, and I've been taught to see things through. Taught by Mr. Kami Izumi himself, that is. He stressed the point many times in his book.
It's a tough call, all right. What to do? You should stay right here, Go. You have too much potential to be just another cog in that machine.
Miss Idia!
Are you sure about this, Idia? What about your master?
To heck with him. Forcing yourself to slave away at a job you hate doesn't help anybody. I'll let your supervisor know. And master, too. Do your darndest here from Ophelia and summon this Amaterasu. Got it?
Idia, is something the matter?
No, it's just...
You ignorant fool! Ah!
Master!
Master Nobutsuna Kamizumi, holder of the Swordmaster Asterisk, leader of the Black Blades of Eternia, and the greatest swordsman in the duchy. He instructed Idia in the way of the sword. His disciples are found across the realm, drawn to him by his surpassing skill with the blade, and the quiet honor within his heart. By what strange trick of fate do your paths cross anew?
I heard the exchange, or enough of it at least.
Then you heard my reasoning. Surely you understand, Master?
I am disappointed in you, Idia. Your advice is naive and shameful.
Master?
Being but a cog in a machine does not mean one's efforts are devoid of value. You counsel a guileless youth, still ignorant of the world, to throw up his hands at the first hint of hardship. Recklessly, you urge him to question his role, before he can learn for himself which role suits him best. What lesson have you taught the boy that will help him overcome the next challenge that he faces? Make no mistake, by encouraging him to give in to his weakness, you will bear the responsibility for making Go less of a man. As master to my pupils, I too bear responsibility, and I will not shirk my duty. If you persist in your shameful counsel, you leave me no choice but to draw my sword.
I mean, I want the Sword Master just because I want to use it on Idia same way I did in the first game.
It would seem you still have much to learn. The lesson begins, Idia. Draw your blade. I shall dispense with the formalities. Swordmaster Kamiizumi stands before you.
Buffs. That didn't quite go right. Oh, you fucking jerk.
Master...
Oh, I picked the wrong one.
Good girl.
Lord.
It would seem you
I shall dispense. So...
Will you blow your load already so we can attack you? Unless he doesn't work the same way he did in the last game. Because in the last game, there would always be a turn where he'd brave like 2 or 3 times, so you'd have a turn or two to actually attack him without getting countered. I guess I'll give it a shot. One character. trying to counter magical attacks right now.
I have failed my pupils and my blade.
Master!
Please forgive me. I never meant to start a fight between you and your master.
Don't worry. It's not the first time. He'll come around.
Thank you, Idia.
It's not like I did it for you, you know. Just take this research seriously. Summon this Amaterasu, and use it to make the world a better place.
Oh, we will.
Still no good.
Just a bit more. You were so close. Oh.
Oh, Miss Idia.
Working hard as always, I see.
Yes, but not much to show for it.
You look like you're getting closer, though.
Yes, I've finally been able to apply all that I studied at Alcampis. I'm practically worried it's too good to be true.
That's a good worry to have, if you ask me. I'm glad I didn't make a big mistake letting you stay against Master's wishes.
I must thank you again, Idia. Amaterasu will be ours any day now. Finally, I can fulfill my promise to my own master.
Your master? You mean Sage Juliana? Now that you mention it, we haven't seen him once since all that went down. How is the old lech?
Yes, well, I imagine he's as lecherous as ever.
You haven't seen him either?
About a year ago, he fought a tremendous battle with the ball that fell to Luxembourg. He intimated to me the existence of Amaterasu and one other summoning spell, and then went off somewhere as is his wont.
Where to?
I would assume...
The sky?
No, think higher.
You don't mean heaven?
What do you think?
Miss Mephilia, what if we were to try introducing harmonics to the time-space chant?
Not a bad idea. Let's give it a try. See you around, Idia.
Yeah, see you around.
And you. And you.
Huh?
And we can switch off this for a while. Great swords and guns are new. Not to. Should we go to the next dungeon? I'm not sure we'll have time to make it to a save point once we start going in. I guess we can go in and teleport Stone out. Once it's time. Just retrace our steps tomorrow. No, not tomorrow, Tuesday. It's only a 20% bonus. I'll put Dungeon Master on whenever I need to.
The sea caves of Harina. The compass is somewhere within these tunnels.
Look, over there! Do I see cats?
They can't all belong to that Manette girl. Or can they?
I bet they're hunting for the compass too. They mean to turn it over to the Kaiser. We have to find it before they do.
Right. We made a promise to the professor, and I mean to keep it.
The white cape do? Silence. Yeah, he's really my only magic user right now, so I'd like to make him not get silenced. There's another owl guy over there with a summon. But I didn't take the summoner job, so those are gonna have to wait. Who knows how long. Okay, it's worth talking to him after. Well, the cats aren't hostile. Oh crap, I didn't mean to press that. This might hurt. So this is done, because all that's left is the locked chest. Open up yet. the green to get over. Yeah, it's just one. That didn't pay out very well. Also, white magic is expensive in this game. It doesn't seem to heal that much. I didn't even see what the blue is. So I'm over leveled for this place now. Zweihanda. I'm pretty sure I already checked down this way. Case. Yeah, I did. Oh, that wouldn't be anything anyway. I just realized the treasure count is already at 0. So this should be the boss. We've only got 5 minutes left, but let's go ahead and fight her. I want the cat job. Hopefully we can beat her. I don't have much in the way of healing, though. But let's give it a shot.
Look, there! Could it be?
Lavash! The compass of space and time!
We've done it! We found the compass before the Kaiser!
That's what Mew think.
The compass!
Finders keepers! Nothing gets by Minette, thanks to my Information Superhighway. Meow to bring the compass to His Majesty. I wonder what treat he'll have for me this time. Oh yeah? Take a look around you. We've got you trapped, like a rat.
That's right. We're not gonna let you run away this time.
Run away? I think you misunderstand our game of cat and mouse. His Majesty gave Minette one more task. Neutralize you and his meddling friends. Meow!
Neutralize? A little girl like you?
Who are you calling a little girl? Minette is a cat, the queen of all cat kind. Your silly human notions of good and evil mean nothing to us cats. Minette likes His Majesty.
That's actually not a bad line.
His Majesty is nice to Minette. When Minette was down, His Majesty patted her head and scratched behind her ears. His Majesty told Minette she's a good kitty. And His Majesty introduced Minette to one of her favorite kitty friends. Bismarck! Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
That's one big kitty.
Tis, I don't think... Meow! Don't they look yummy, Bismarck? Do Mew hear me? You Mew-na-meowgia? This is the end for Mew, meow!
This is no kitty! This is a...
Aw, is someone a little scaredy cat? Busy's a sweet little kitty who obeys my every command. Minette, holder of the Catmancer Mousterist, has got her claws on you. Meow, put up your paws!
Ah, fuck. I hate that status effect so goddamn much. Why was it grayed out? Or red out? No, different weapons have a bonus against certain enemies when you toss them.
Stronger than you look. But Minette has 9 lives, and she always lands on her feet. When I bring the compass back to his Meowjesty, he'll give me all the tuna and mackerel I can eat, just like he promised.
Wait a minute. Look, I know why you're going after us. But why do you want this compass so badly?
Because it's important, that's why.
Important? Well, what makes it so important?
Did the cutscene actually wake you up from being asleep?
So it must be important. If you're trying to confuse Minette with words, it's not working. Now say your prayers, you dirty rats.
That has not been working. Unless it's back to where it has to be a single target. I wonder why none of those will work. Just like there was with the Ranger, there's nothing that's good against humans. Alright, it's just you, crazy cat lady. She knocked the Bia out just so she wouldn't get the XP. That was... Well, I take it back. The game is back to being its cheap, input reading little bitch self that it was in the first game. But we got the cat class. Oh, so this is the blue mage. So it's actually decently armored, good with axes and knuckles. And not great, but decent with all the attack stats. I'll actually have to look up over my day off where we get all the skills for it, since it's the blue mage.
But it looks like this is the end for him. And me.
We didn't want this either, but we made a promise. We couldn't afford to lose. Now, the compass.
Minette!
Jan?
Master Ungard?
Minette! Blast it all! Couldn't you have held them off just a minute longer?
I'm so sorry, but look. Minette got the stray compass. Here, Master Ungard. Don't worry about Minette. Be a good kitty and take the compass to His Majesty.
Forgive me, Minette.
Come, my minions. Minette has met her Meowker. But Mew must fight on.
Wait, Jan! Missed him by a whisker. He'll cannibalize us if we take another step. This is a catastrophe.
Oh, I can't take any more of this!
Jan's headed for the Skyhold, no doubt. We need to hurry back to Ansheim before they escape again.
Let's go, everyone! We'll rescue the Compass and Agnes from the Kaiser's clutches.
Can now speak with cats. Well, there's several cats to talk to in town and everywhere, but that'll have to wait till next week. Alright. So yeah, how much did we do today? Got the astrologer class. We got the swordsman class. Got the catmancer class, which I don't know who I'm going to put it on. I have a feeling I'm going to be keeping that class on someone till the end of the game. Even though it is a blue mage. Which, unless they learned their lesson with the first game, I really hope they didn't put like the best blue mage skills as part of the whole online town bullshit, because that means I can't access them. I'll have to look it up. At least they give this one to you early. Like, the blue mage class before, they didn't give it to you till near the end of the damn game, and it was optional. At least this way you can, like, keep it on someone to try to learn stuff as you go. If it's an actual blue mage where you learn stuff from being hit by it, at least this way you've got a good majority of the game that you can just have it on someone to learn things. So it's better that way. Because yeah, with the other one, I would have had, like, at the point in the game you get it, I would have had to just, like, intentionally run across the world looking for certain monsters and trying to get them to do the attacks on me. And yeah, it would have just been completely out of the way of everything else you're doing in the game. Because at that point, we were already doing the repetitive, crystal thing, and I was just keeping encounters off the whole time to speed through it. Yeah, second half of that game was super lazily done. Which it's not that it's a reason not to play the game, but I still see people constantly suggesting Bravely Default to people, but not warning them about that second half. I feel that's a little disingenuous. Like, if you have a second half that's that bad, I feel like you need to tell people in advance. Yeah, that's just me. But anyway, no stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's my one day off from streaming. When we come back on Monday morning, we're going to be getting, not all, because there was a couple that I'd locked myself out of, but most of the endings for Lisa the Joyful. I don't think that'll take the full stream. So we'll probably be starting the next game after that, which is The Messenger. So we can get the messenger out of the way so that whenever I get around to playing Sea of Stars, we'll know whatever connections there are since it's in the same world. And then from Tuesday on, we'll be back to this. I'm not sure if this game is as long as original Bravely Default. But as I said before, a good chunk of it was just like super lazy reuse and backtracking. So if it's shorter but it doesn't have anything like that, I'll basically rate it higher. So far the jobs have been more interesting. Like, we're still picking up the ones from the first game off of the side quests, but the new jobs have definitely been interesting. Like the wizard I haven't really used it all that much, but like the ability to shape the spells, like the optional stuff you can tack onto a spell, is interesting. Like I said, I haven't really been using it that much because the actual base spell for wizards are pretty good since they're just naturally AoE and hit everything. But there's like one to make sure that you go first if you absolutely need to. There's another one to turn the damage into a dot. There's another one to turn it into a shield that they take the damage if they hit you, which, granted, was super powerful in 7th Dragon, but that's also because we actually had tank classes to force hit, which there's skills to do that in this game, but I don't have them yet. Or at least there were in the first. It was like, there was one on Ninja, one on Pirate, and one on Knight, I think. I don't remember if it was, but there were definitely 3 of them. There were like definitely 3 skills that would up aggro on someone. So maybe putting an elemental wall on them, they're taking more aggro, would be good in this. Because like I said, it was pretty damn powerful in 7th Dragon. Yeah. The Charioteer equipping, like basically getting rid of your armor slots to equip more weapons, like definition of glass cannon, it's not bad. Plus it's got the throw commands, which pretty much a staple for ninjas in most of the Final Fantasy games, but was kind of missing from Bravely Default. Got a class to do that. The stance changing and special moves and everything for the fencer is nice also. The only one I'm not too big a fan of is the Pope class. Because it definitely seems like all of its actions take up like two brave points. I'm not sure if it's just when you cast them on everybody. I think that might be what it is. I think it might be that if you choose the like heal all allies option, it takes up 2 BP, but it doesn't actually say that. And like I said, I'm not sure because I haven't really confirmed that that's what's doing it. I just noticed that when I was using it, it always seemed to take up 2 BP, but I think I was always casting the heal on everybody. Which, if it doesn't lose power, that's another thing I haven't tested, but if it's the same power when you cast it on everybody as when you cast it on one person, it just costs an extra BP to do that, that might not be too bad. But it also kind of sucks that it seems like they've split some of the utility stuff from the White Mage into it. Like, it has the spell for getting rid of blindness. I'm pretty sure there was a spell for that on the White Mage. So I feel like maybe some of the White Mage, whenever we get to it, is going to be missing some of its stuff that went to instead. But yeah. I'm enjoying the game so far. I'm actually... There's some nice improvements over the original Bravely Default, like the the macros. Like, that was, like I'd said before, that was something that was in Phantasy Star 4 that I had never seen another game do until now. This one has it. I hope they're in Bravely Default too. The loadouts to keep your... I haven't really used it because I haven't really found I haven't found a good set of stuff that I won't be changing yet. Like, definitely when you start getting close to endgame, I'll have, like, you know, this class with these abilities like I did in the first game. That way I can set them and switch to them whenever I need to. That's nice, so you don't have to do it all manually. Like I said, just haven't really found loadouts that I want to use that are set. Everything's still something I'm going to be fiddling with. But yeah, it's got some nice stuff. I definitely like because in the first game you had to beat enemies within the first turn or the first round, and then you got bonuses based on how you did it, like beating them in the first round, beating them without taking damage, and then beating them by killing them all at once. And you had to do that like 10 times in a row to get the highest bonus, which I think was 50%. Which was, and like you get one enemy round where they get the ambush turn on you, and it's all gone. You have to get another 10. So it did kind of make grinding for job points a lot slower. For no other reason than you just got a bad roll and they got an ambush round on you. Whereas this one is just, you kill everything in one round, and if you have enough people left over that you think can take out the next one, you just order up another set of enemies, keep doing that till you think you know, keep pressing your luck until you think it won't work anymore. And as long as you fight 2 encounters, you're getting the 1.5, which is the same as if you had, you know, wiped everything 10 times previous games. I did say that grinding in the first game was pretty painless. It was almost something that you didn't even have to pay attention to. It was almost automatic. Like, I would just do it off stream while I was watching a show or something. This one almost feels like I might not need to grind. Like, I'm getting just fighting regular fights and just doing like an extra one each time. And I think they also lowered the job point requirements for the classes, on top of them only having 10 levels instead of 14. I don't know that I'll even need to grind, except maybe a little bit at the end. And even then, probably only if I want to have every job maxed out on every. But so far, like, I'm actually, like, everybody has at least level 6 or 7 on a job out of 10. And we're still only in chapter 1. So I don't think, as easy as grinding is in these games, and this game made it even easier, I'm not sure how much of it I'm even going to have to do. Which is another plus. So yeah, I'm definitely enjoying this game better than the first one so far. That and the fact that it definitely doesn't take itself as seriously. It's definitely willing to poke fun at itself with all the ball buster, and I'm going to study all I can about balls, and the voice actors just completely leaning into that. So yeah, I'm definitely liking this more than the first one so far. Hopefully it doesn't nosedive later on, but yeah, right now I'm digging it. Anyway, once again, no stream tomorrow. We'll be finishing the endings on Lisa the Joyful and probably starting the Messenger on Monday, and then Tuesday and rest of the week back to this. Let me give call-outs, then I'll end for today. By the way, the Murgur counter is at 9. So 3 streams, we're currently at a rate of 3 Murgurs per stream. So, Wabon, Cucumber, Hideru, Nami, Doom Mama, Tim, Ragna. Thank you all for coming in and chatting with you while I play. Thank you, Elite Tim777 for the raid, and thank you, Doom Mama, for the follow. And thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking watching. It's always appreciated. Right. Guess let me see if I can find someone to read. I guess let's go ahead and raid Gray's Kaz. Looks like he finished Mordor. He's playing Summon Night Swordcraft Story 2. I think it's a GBA game. As far as I know, this one's kind of like an old school 2D side-scrolling action, kind of like Tales of Destiny, Tales of Eternia. If it's the one I'm thinking of. But as per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. Hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!